Alright, what's up everyone? Hey, wanna hit up the karaoke place? The new Love and Hero song is out. I'm not feeling up to it today. This story creeps me out earlier. Do you wanna hear it? Ooh, story time. Oh, sure. You remember Miss Yamaguchi? She wears those big glasses. I heard she's gone missing. What? No one knows where she is. Nope, she just disappeared. Just up and poof from the library. Wow. One of the students' librarians said she was researching something there. But then she vanished. But she's super diligent, right? One of the students thought it was weird that she just up and left and leave like that. So he checked in on her. But when he did... Oh my! The only thing left was her arm. It had her really weird scar on it, so it was definitely her arm. A scar? Yes. Yeah, it looked like a dog bite. She showed it to me once. She had no idea where it came from. For real? There was like a scar like that on Miki's leg too. I guess that's the death mark. Huh? Miki, wait, that's... the girl who went missing, yeah. That's crazy. Maybe that rumor is true. The one about the cursed scar. Cut it out, you're scaring me. Then some random guy pops up. I hear snatches of an idiotic ghost story. I wanna clip this. Let's see if it lets me clip it. Okay. So, they're speaking seriously, but it's obviously they don't believe a word. They're only killing time. Rumors are the best way to do that. The sun's about to set. It's gotten later. It's gotten later than I planned. I should have stuck around to hear the story. I better hurry. Oh. Oh. Nothing to say, I guess. Thunder rumbles in the distance. Check out that scenery. A huge mansion is in front of me. Strange, I'm sure I was just... My vision blurs, my ears are buzzing. Ah, my head's swimming. It's almost like I'm drunk. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, but okay, what time is it? I glance at my wrist, but my watch is gone. Did I put it in my coat pocket? But all I find is a business card. In elegant printed letters is a name. Sayakuja Spirit Healer. On the back is a photo of the mansion. I guess this must be the Kujo mansion then. Kujo mansion. Sayakuja. Those names sounds familiar somehow. Yeah, I bet they do. One way to find out. Taking a deep breath, I reach out to knock. I stop when I see something on my wrist. Oh my. It's a strange scar. When did that... I could just be imagining this, but I feel an icy chill when I looked at it. My fist pounds on the door. No reply. Oh, someone turned on the lights. Lights appear on the second floor window. It's probably too far from the door for them to hear me knocking. Yeah, probably. I grasp the doorknob and find it unlocked. No point in staying outside. I'll just go in and I'll apologize to the owner later. Yeah, just... It must be in Canada. You know what? I have to clip that. Hold on. Inside joke, by the way. So the inside is shrouded in darkness. A small beam of light from the window is in the only way I could see anything in here. It's dead silent except for the constant ticking of the clock secondhand. I must be in the entrance hall. The atrium extends into the second floor. Anyone home? There's no reply to my shout. Maybe they soundproof this place so they can't hear me down here. Yeah, very genius. I guess I need to go upstairs then. A staircase is just visible up ahead. I walk towards it, cutting across the hall. My ears catch a strange noise. I turn to look where it's coming from. Oh, someone's there, enveloped by the dark. I think they're staring at me. Gulping, I hesitate, make my way over. Trepidation slowing my steps. It's a young girl. She doesn't move on an inch as I approach. It could be a doll. At least it seems that way to me. It doesn't look like she's even breathing. A corpse. Great. I could creep myself out. I start to sweat. What should I do? With a shaky hand, I slowly reach out and touch her skin. I'm not sure what I expected, but it feels unnatural somehow. Stiff and cold. I press down on her arm and she makes the strange sound I heard earlier. Ah, now it makes sense. She's a doll! Of course. A doll's joint creak when they move. That's what made the noise. What a relief, if disappointing. I carefully begin climbing the stairs, making sure not to trip. Yeah, very, very wise. Very, very wise. As I reach the landing, the sharp sound of a bell breaks the silence. It seems to be coming from above me. Looking up, I could spy the outline of a clock. I bet that's what's making the sound. Yeah, let's approach it. The noise guides me over. It's an antique grandfather clock. The noise is definitely coming from here. I reach towards the glass to check inside. All of a sudden it stopped chiming. Silence descends, broken only by ticking. I guess it's fixed now, but that timing was a little too spot on. Was it really a coincidence? All these strange occurrences makes me uneasy, but I continue on to the room with a light. Or you could just get out the house, I'm just saying. Stopping in front of the door, I knock. But again, there's no reply. I try again several times, even calling out, but there's still no answer. I push on the door. Push that door. It's dark inside. Strange. I definitely saw lights on in here when I was outside. Wafting through the room is an odd smell. Yep, it was like a fart. Just. It's sugary like a ripe fruit. The whole room is permeated with it. Some kind of aromatherapy, maybe. It's not a particularly pleasant smell, though. The aroma drops me further into the room. Oh? The floor under my feet feels off. It's wet. It dawns on me that I'm smelling something. It dawns on me that I'm smelling something else mixed in with that sweet smell. I notice that this metallic tang. Oh. And what was that? Lightning flashes and I catch a glimpse of something. The startlingly grotesque object stretches out across the floor beneath my feet. Something strange is there. Stare at it. Oh! It's so bizarre that I can't stop staring. So I guess she had like a perfume or something and she's rotting away. Blooming flowers are everywhere. They're bursting out of the woman's stomach, her blood-soaked body overwhelmed with them. I wrench my gaze away, horrified, but the hellish image is burning to my mind. I could feel my entire body shaking. Bile rises. I'm going to throw up. Oh yeah, sounds about right. In the next instant, the lights are on. Great timing, I tell you. Wait, that's not all. The body is gone, leaving only a stain. This doesn't make any sense. It's a bad dream. At least I'd rather much prefer it if it was. But the faint smell that remains in the blood-stained crushed any hope I had of that. I beat a retreat from the room in an effort to escape this whole bizarre situation. When I stumble back into the hall, the lights are on. I decide to have another look around. All the furnishing in here are old enough to be antiques. They match this old-fashioned mansion. Oh, hi there. A large doll sits on the couch. This must be the figure I saw in the dark, yes. One would easily mistake this for a human if they couldn't see the ball joints. Probably belongs to the owner of the mansion. So what do I do now? Contact the police? Her stomach was full of flowers, sir, and the corpse up and vanished like a fog. Like anyone will believe that. I don't think they will. Welcome to the Kuju Mansion. Oh? Oh! Oh! The doll. It moved. It spoke. A different kind of shudder runs through me than the one that I found in the corpse. Up until the point I was nothing more than an observer to all those freaky events. I could distance myself from it. But now? A doll is talking to me. Have I startled you? It says. If so, I sincerely apologize. My master ordered me to behave as a normal doll until told otherwise. The words elegant and refined, but her face never moved an inch. She may look human, but she clearly isn't. She slowly folds her hands together so she could move too. I'm sorry for not introducing myself. I am called Mary. You have likely seen a number of oddities here already. I see. My master Sayakuju was unable to escape from the mark then. Sayakuju, does she mean the corpse? But wait, what's this about a mark? Lady Saya was searching for a way to escape the mark. Were you not also called here because of the mark on your arm? Right. We did see this. She must be talking about this weird scar. Did Sayakuju invite me to this mansion? When I try to remember, my head hurts. I have something to tell you in place of my late master. But I would like to ask one thing first. Do you know your own name? Well, that was much simpler. That was a much simpler question than I was expecting. It's... Oh? I break out into a sweat. My throat is drying up. Why can't I answer? I'm shocked to find I'm coming up with a blank. I see. Then it is as I thought. Somehow Mary knows what's going on with me. Before I offer an explanation, please decide on a temporary name. Things will go much easier if I have a name by which I could call you. It is also likely you will find it hard to remain calm if you are nameless. She's probably right. Better have some placeholder name. I better have a placeholder name than continue life as a hollow, nameless being. Enter the protagonist's last name. Yes. Yes. Is fucking asshole okay? It cannot be changed after this. Yes, it's fine. Let me just screenshot that. Okay, so we have 4 types. We got the combo of the glasses and beard. We got just the beard. We got the glasses. Oh, we have none of the above. Honestly, they all look almost the same, so it doesn't even matter. I'll put the default. Yeah, sure. I'm fucking asshole. Understood, Lord Asshole. Now I should explain to you about the mark. I have to. It is the seal of death, hence the title Death Mark. Those who have it will soon die. You do not believe me. I am certain this sounds absurd to one who has led an uneventful life. However, my master's death proves it to be unrefutably true. The coarse, sweet stench comes back to me. That didn't seem like the work of humans. I'm afraid that the horror of the mark does not stop there. Victims slowly lose their memories until the day they die. They face death all the while suffering from the terrors of losing oneself. Memory loss? That can't be. That means that Yes. The fact that you have forgotten your name proves that death is coming. Lord Asshole, you. will die this very dawn. Title drop. One sec. I want to make sure this is just being like, because it'll be pointless if I'm doing clips and just nothing. Okay, there is. Good. I just remember being completely stunned at what Mary revealed to me. I could probably attribute it to my memory loss caused by the mark. The next thing I know, I'm lying in the guest room in the mansion. I vaguely recall dragging myself up to the stairs and coming here. I must have fallen asleep at some point, and thanks to that I feel a lot better. I'll die at dawn, huh? I try saying it out loud. It's definitely shocking, but I can't say it feels real yet. It doesn't make sense. Way out of the blue. But if it's true, it's waiting for my untimely death. The only thing I could do. It might be a good idea to ask Mary more about it. I find Mary sitting in the exact same spot as before. She hasn't moved an inch. I doubt a dog gets bored waiting like humans do. Good morning, Lord Hassel. Are you feeling better now? Yes. That is good to hear. Since it appears that you have calmed down, I would like to ask a question. What will you do now? I'm gonna go to sleep. I could guide you down into two paths. Only two. The first is wait for death. The second is fight the mark. Can you help me? If that is what you wish, yes. My master was researching that mark. A few days prior to her death, she found a way to escape it. Regretfully, she passed away before she was able to inform me. So, she doesn't know anything after all. There is some time yet before dawn. You have a slim chance. Salvation is a thin thread dangling from heaven. Would that you would grab a hold of it, and I should do my utmost to help. What will you do? Take a nap. I guess it boils down to whether I trust her. I mean, you don't got a choice, really. If she's right about all this, my time on Earth is up at dawn. If I don't want to die, then there's no other choice but to resist the mark until then. If she's lying, I'll be fine when morning comes. But am I really alright with that? People are being killed in nonsensical, grotesque way. Am I going to turn a blind eye to it? I mean, it looks like you are. This is a life or death choice. I need to think about it carefully. Live or die. Really? A deadly choice it is. You will be faced with choices that could result in death. There is a limited time and your soul powers will continue to drain. Time's up or wrong answers will result in game overs. Are you serious? So be quick but also careful in finding the right answer. Restoring soul power. Completing a deadly choice will restore your some soul power. Dialogue will be sped up while pressing the L1 button, but certain dialogue cannot be sped up. Backlog. The option button will display previous dialogue. Auto mode. Yes, I noticed what that was. Hiding the dialogue window. You could hide the dialogue window by pressing the triangle button, but don't talk, so that was kind of pointless though. Will you quietly wait for death or struggle against the mark? Safe. I survived for now. I decided to trust you. As you say, Lord Hassel, then I should carry out the dying wish of my master and aid you. I cannot do much, but feel free to request anything you wish from me. I made up my mind, but that doesn't mean I know what I should do. I know squat about the supernatural, and losing my memory makes research impossible. But I don't have a moment to lose. Oh, someone's at the door. A knock comes from the front door. Who come this late of night? Oh my, what a sign of fate. It seems that the other mark bearers have arrived. It is instinct that she knows these things. Maybe she has some kind of mysterious power, being a talking doll and all. I beg your pardon, Lord Hassel. I do apologize, but could you go greet our guests in my stead? They may experience a shock of a doll, such as myself, to welcome them. Moreover, while I am able to move my arms, I'm unable to walk. I move to the front door to greet our guests. People fainted to die like me. I wonder what they're like. Who I find at the door are not who I expect to see this late at night. A high schooler. And a small boy. These kids have the mark? No way. We came to see the professor. Who are you? I can't say I'm a total stranger since I'm here in this mansion. Her boyfriend. Huh, okay. She got so much spiritual power, it's no surprise she has disciples. She seems to know Saya Kujo. Now that I think about it, that business card did say Spirit Healer. Going off the girl's accessories, I get the feeling that she's a huge occult fan. I'm Moe Watanabe. Nice to meet you. I'm here to talk to her about this article she wrote in Oop Arts Monthly. She pulls an occult magazine out of her bag. Inside is a picture of the mark. The occupying article says the scar is a soul inhibiting disease that erases memories. Inquiry at the Kujo Mansion. This is the same scar, right? Moe lifts her skirt up a bit to show me her leg. Oh, I thought she was going to show me her ass. Right there on her right thigh is the mark. I think I know what the article means by erasing memories. I've been super forgetful lately. I even blanking on my friends' names. That's never happened to me before. Do you think this scar is doing it? That article is obviously bogus. The young boy scoffs. Even kids know better than to believe in ghosts or curses these days, and a high schooler fell for it. You must feel embarrassed about that. You talk a lot for a little kid. But Tsukasa, weren't you hanging around in the front of the mansion's gate? Fess up, your scar scares you. Has nothing to say. Tsukasa seems to have no retort to that. He silently sulks. Looks like a bullseye. Got him! It's clear they're both mark bearers. I better bring them over to meet Mary. Moe shrieks excitedly when she gets close. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's a doll, yeah? I never seen one this big before. The craftsmanship is so detailed. Very detailed. It's almost like it looks alive. They're both admiring her when... Welcome to the Cujo Mansion. Dun, dun, dun. What? It spoke. Yes. With that, the two new visitors join our number. They enter the monstrous world that hovered on their precipice of death. Mary tells Moe and Tsukasa about the mark once they regain their composure. All about the steady memory loss and the imminent, I can't even pronounce this word, imminent death. It sounds like a ridiculous story, but it gains validity coming from someone like her. Both of their faces are pale. Now, if you come specifically here because you believe Lady Saya's article, you must have already experienced the pain of losing your memories. Moe admitted as much earlier, but I could see Tsukasa's face darken, so it must be happening to him too. Hey Moe, I'd like to confirm something. Where were you when you got the mark? My amnesia seems to be worse than theirs, so they might remember. I'm not positive, but I think my mark might be a curse from Hanahiko. Hanahiko? This name is familiar to me. He is the ghost the residents' children of this town whisper about, correct? My master was interested in him. So Saya Kujo was curious too. It could be connected to the mark somehow. I'd like to hear more about this ghost. As you wish, Lord Asshole. Okay. Then I shall tell you the rumors of Hanahiko. Chapter 1. Hanahiko. Oh my. Oh, did you hear? Did you hear about that ghost boy all the schools in H City are talking about? Sounds like Hanahiko is back. I heard that he could appear if you peek into the school mirror at night. He'll ask you something. Am I pretty? If you tell him no, you'll be fine. But if you say yes, give me that red stuff then. Oh my. And then he just disappears. But that's not all. Hanahiko hates adults, you know. I heard that if the person he asks is an adult, they'll die. And not just drop dead. Their blood is drained from them. And next to the corpse is a single rose. A rose dripping with blood. Rumors could be easily manipulated, passing from one person to another, assumptions and errors mixed in, but they also hold a hint of truth. Ms. Moe, do you know anything else? Nothing to say. I think I probably got my mark when I was investigating Hanahiko at H Elementary School. This has to be some sort of clue. I should ask her more about it. My big dream is to write about the occult, so I'd love to see a ghost. I found this article in the magazine mentioning Hanahiko was seen there. I figured that place would be easier to sneak up since this is not a regular school. Since it's been closed down. What should I ask then? I don't think so, but I can't really say for sure. I went to the mirror, but a shiver suddenly ran down my spine. I got spooked and left. This is only one thing. I noticed it later in the bath. A strange scar was suddenly on my thigh. It really surprised me. I realized immediately that it had to be that what was Cujo wrote about. I think I have a handle on what happened. No way to know for sure about the ghost, but there's no denying she had the mark after returning from the school. Then maybe... Tsukasa glanced down at his left hand. Mine might be from Hanahiko too. I noticed it after I got home from T Elementary. That ghost was seen a lot in the schools in each city, right? Maybe he remembers something. I better ask him some questions too. I go to school there. You probably heard of it since it's the top ranked elementary in each city. What should I ask next? Maybe around sunset. I was heading home until I realized I forgot something and turned back. No, and I didn't get chills or anything either. Oh, but I think I passed the mirror. I went to the bathroom before going home. I don't think he knows any more. Their stories are pretty similar to the Hanahiko rumors. It can't be just a coincidence. You must investigate the place where Hanahiko appears, for their sakes as well as yours. Ah, that's all well and good, but what exactly am I investigating? Death and life coexisting? If the mark originated there, then a way to erase it will also be there. You must find it. Find the key you need to break the mark's curse. That is the only way to escape. And all of a sudden, a huge burden was dropped on my shoulders. It seems that Hanahiko appeared at 2 schools. Where would you investigate? Let's go to the H. Yeah, that's probably wise. They'll arrest you on the spot if you try to sneak into a regular school. A middle-aged man who can't recall his name, let alone address or job title. I have no excuses if I got caught. Wanna get going then? Let's do this. Wait, you're coming too? Of course. I haven't given up on seeing Hanahiko yet. She grins at me. Is she really strong, or is this blind optimism? Or just being dumb? I'm going too. Hey, not you too, seriously. My life is on the line here. I don't want the reason I died to be because you messed up something. That's pretty bold. Good thing you're cute. But to bring kids along with me is out of the question. I understand your hesitation, but the mark does not discriminate, stealing lives of children and adults. If they wish to fight their fate, you should honor that. I suppose human logic doesn't fly when dealing with the supernatural. We'll need to prepare ourselves for the worst if we're going to survive. Please take only one mark bearer with you, however. A large group will increase the odds of you being detected by spirits. I also ask that you will not waste time dwindling with others on the way. It is possible unnecessary contact may hasten the effects of the mark. Only engage where absolutely necessary. Keep contact with others to a minimum. Have a safe trip. Okay, so we have to select a partner. Let's select a mark bearer. Okay. Oh yeah, hey mister. Don't you think it'll be a good idea to take notes on what Mary told us? Your memory's getting worse all the time. We don't want to forget anything. I don't know when I'll lose my memory again. I'll write down all the information I get and keep it in the file. Something in it might just save our lives at some point. No info was added to the spirit file. Rumors of Hanahiko, yes. Spirit file. Important info on spirits will be added to the spirit file. Check it under your bag. Consult if you need help. Save at the mansion or hearts. Return to the title screen from the bag to load. Then choose continue. Just gotta make sure we save. Save is complete. Let's get Moe. Yes. Mark bearer. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I could complete these trophies and they'll make the doll stand. Alright, let's continue. Please head to the elementary and investigate Hanahiko. Choose whether to bring Lady Moe or... I did already. A large group will increase the odds of you being detected by spirits. And don't waste time to online. I read this already. I'm just gonna... R1 it. Okay. First, we have to get to the elementary. Mary says we're free to use the car in the garage. The garage is detached from the mansion. The vintage model van and bicycles only accent the elegant interior. Thank God for careless people. The car's key was left on the table. Time to go. Oh, hey. According to Mary, you lost a bunch of your memories, right? Is it really okay for you to drive? She looks at me suspiciously. Don't worry, it'll be fine, I think. It'll all come back when I take the wheel. Part of that is to convince myself. But aren't you missing your license? If a cop finds us, we'll have more to worry about than Hanahiko. She's right about that. But our lives are on the line, so we don't have much of a choice. Once the mark's gone, I'll remember. Then I'll just have to reissue it. Assuming I ever got one. Now I'm more worried. Just drive safe, okay? Human bodies are remarkable. That's what he says. Back in the garage, I wasn't sure if I'll be able to just drive or not. But the second my hands touched the wheels, I wasn't worried anymore. Give me that drink. My muscles reacted quicker than expected, and it's now easy to guide this monster down the road. But now, thoughts of what I could no longer do start to filter my head. Hey, mister. Mori pipes up hesitantly. I probably let the silence go too long. She doesn't seem as cheerful as she was a little while ago. What's it like to lose your memories? That's a hard question to answer. What do you mean? Like, do they all go at once or a few pieces at a time? What if you're what if you're only what if you're only left with sad memories? I would hate that. I don't think it works like that, but I have no idea if it's getting worse or better. I don't know what it, I don't know what I was like to begin with, so there's nothing to compare to. In that sense, rather than the memories vanishing, it's like everything's been painted white. That's what it feels like. Oh. You sure are mature, mister. You take everything so calmly. You have to. The conversation dwindles, leaving only the sound of the tires on the road. Then thoughts start popping into my head again, one after another. I know we have to check out that mirror. But what else shall we investigate? What do you think? Mori glances at me. Sorry, I'm just drinking. Alright. No idea. I can't even remember my own name. How the hell am I supposed to know what we're doing? Ah, please, I remember counting on you. Think whatever you want. I'm talking to a child. I need to show restraint and be a good example. But that's definitely how I really feel. I stare down at my steering wheel. The doll in the mansion. Mark bearers. The mark. Spirits. That's Cujo, right? And the mysterious deaths. I feel like I'm going to be buried under all those crushing thoughts that keep popping into my head. What awaits me down the dark road? I feel a flutter from the marks on my wrist, like it's trying to warn me. My brain might not be able to understand, but my body can sense it. That death is closing in. If that's happening, isn't the problem anymore. It's more, how long do I have left? How much longer is it? I almost yelled, but I managed to swallow it down with effort. Why? I think we're almost there. Really? It's closer than I thought. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. At any time, it could. It's a lot closer than you think. Looming ominously in the moonlight, the school definitely looks abandoned. For quite a number of years, in fact, the walls are starting to crack. All the windows are broken as well. A thick chain is in front of the main gate to keep people away from to keep people from going in. Hey you, now another step. Uh-oh. The voice from a man is in the guard uniform. He must be patrolling the area. Looks like we got caught. This property belongs to the city. No one's allowed inside. Didn't you know? Oh, are you up to something? A bunch of people been coming up here on theirs since it's haunted. You aren't one of those. You aren't one of them, are you? Well, that's what the rumors are saying anyways. It's a giant pain. Moy nods in agreement. It is pretty famous after all. The guard sighs. Anyways, the school's off limits, so you can't go inside. I don't want any trouble on my first shift here. Please leave. Okay? Muttering to myself, the guard makes his way into the school. As we watch him leave, Moy leans over and whispers, "Damn, there wasn't a guard when I snuck in here before. We better not get caught." Moving around the haunt. Use the directional buttons to move. The map shows which way you're facing and where you could go. Okay. Oh, interesting. So we have like a little mini map. Pushing open the doors, I head inside. Whoa, it's so dark. We can't see anything like this. The moonlight doesn't reach inside. We'll just have to use that flashlight. But if we use the flashlight, that guard will find us. Can't do anything about it, I guess. Anyways, the mirror is... I'm pretty sure it's to the right. On the staircase. Move the left stick to search the current area. Shine the flashlight on areas interested and press the X mark. Press the circle button to end the search. Using the directional buttons will end the search and move you. Interesting. A flyer containing warnings and a list of contacts. I turn over the torn flyer, but I don't find anything in particular. Nothing there, huh? Looks like it. The battered shoe rack is covered in dirt. There are platforms of broken wood slats in front of the shoe racks. They creak when we step on them. That's not good. Okay, I read that. Let's go to the right. Huh? As we enter the hallway, a small shadow flits across our feet. I turn on the flashlights and find... Oh, a bunny. It's so cute. Was it the school pet? The black rabbit squeaks and runs away. It rushes towards the eastern end of school. Oh, it ran away. It is telling us to follow. Haha, yeah, right. New info was added to this. Okay, thank you. It looks like something smashed the fluorescent light. They shatter beyond repair. It's an abandoned desk. The fallen desk is slightly rusted. And stick my hand inside. I got a holy hard hat. I doubt that's very useful. Hmm. It's coming in. The broken window is making no. Okay. Climb the stairs. I wasn't trying to climb up the stairs, but okay. Pieces of concrete litter the floors. I think they came from the walls. Hmm. I feel something soft squish under my heel. I quickly picked up my foot and shined my light down. Oh my. The hallway is covered with poisonous snakes. Moe lets out something close to a shriek upon seeing them. Eek! Snakes! We decide to go back to the landing, yeah. I don't blame you. Continue. There are some scribbles on the blackboard. It's an abandoned desk. What's surprising, it doesn't look very weathered. Guess that goes to show how durable school desks are. Is it for real? We got a plastic bottle. There's nothing in the bottle. Well, it might come in handy. I guess. Something's here. I stick my... and I can't reach what's inside. A talisman. I feel warmth flow through me. Okay. We got some soul power. The more soul power you have, the easier it will be to survive a deadly choice. Cool. Soul power! Right, I read that. It seems to be locked. Okay. Something might be wrong with it. Okay, let's leave that alone. Okay. Continue. Look around, look around. Oh. I saw that. The fire door is rusted shut and won't move. Sure. And this is where the sinks was at, no? There's the mirror. Oh, it just takes me back. Oops. Okay. This is it. It's the mirror I saw last time. I'm sure of it. Huh? But just then, a dull pain runs through my wrist. Like something is biting into my skin. To distract myself from the pain, I keep talking with Moe. It certainly looks normal. Yeah, what should we do? Break it. I take out the holy heart. Wait, what are you gonna do with that? I face forward and hold the holy heart hat up to the gray mirror. My shadow sways into the mirror. At least, that's what I thought at first. I figured the shadow moved because I had. But the next time our shadows moves, a cold shiver runs through my spine. That's not my shadow. Something is in the mirror. Oh, shit. Moe yelps and sets back. Well, that confirms it. I'm not hallucinating. There really is something in there. Every muscle in my body locks. I try to look away, but I can't even close my eyes. The figure's mouth twisted. I don't want to look, but I can't even close my eyes. It opened its mouth. An odd voice pierces my ears. Live or die. Okay, I gotta hurry. What are we doing? Hey, am I pretty? No. Safe. If I only had that red stuff. I can't see well. Are you a grown-up? Safe. So we're just straight line. Big people aren't allowed in school. Suddenly the mirror cracks. It cracked. Now I can't see. No more big people here. We're good. The figure disappeared. Good. I survived. A scream echoes from the other side of school. Moe sinks to the floor. They gasp in panic disbelief for a while. I feel much the same. What was that? That was pretty spooky though. I want to check something. Hey, we made the doll. I think that's so cute. I actually like this. Like, you can see the whole doll's body right there. It's pretty cool. That was probably Hanahiko. I couldn't say it. The words stick in The words stick in my throat. My mouth is completely dry. I can't believe this. I thought I wanted to see a ghost, but to see one that clearly, Moe seems to shake the encounter off and return to normal. Hanehiko's words swirl around my head. Our situation has done a complete reverse from where we just where we were just moments ago. I can't believe I was complaining about not knowing what to investigate. Oh, anyways, that scream, what was that? The guard we met outside. I doubt there's anyone else here. He might have seen something wherever he is, too. It sounded like it came from far away, ways down the hallway. That would be the other side of the school. Yeah, let's go look for him. But if he screams like that, something might have happened to him. Right as I responded, I hear someone's whisper in my ear. Oh? Purified with red, excuse me. I looked into the direction of the voice, but all I see is darkness. Mister. No, it's nothing. Let's go. New info was added to the spirit file. It's a cracked mirror. It's hard to see your reflection. Nothing happens. Alright, I guess we could go back. Let's go back down the stairs. Looking around. Oh! A bird cries breaks the silence. I guess there's a crow or something outside. Oh! Well, that happened. On the mirror on the eastern staircase, thank you. Oh man, that takes me back. I ended up killing so many morning glories for mines. A flyer containing warning and list of contacts. Lost items are kept in storage in my staff room. Please check there if you're missing something. Nothing there. Okay, I read that part. Okay, nothing there too. Slot. Okay. nice. Got another talisman. And this was where the broken mirror was at, no? Oh, I heard a noise like something slamming against the door. Is someone inside? I shined the flashlight at the door. Oh my. Oh shit! Out of nowhere, the door busts open and something went flying out. Eek! Moy shrieks and falls down. I recognize those clothes. Some kind of plant cover half of his face. The part of his face we could see is twisted in anguish as he screams. No doubt about it, it's the guard. What the hell happened? Thorns are eating my face. It hurts. What's going on? Ah. Moe sits on the floor, stunned into syllables. Ah. The guard suddenly rushes towards the entrance. And then, silence falls once more. The only sound left is that of our shaky breathing. Once we catch our breaths, I take Moe's hands and help them up. Our nerves have calmed some, but that definitely left an unsettling impression. Something terrible lurks here. We can't just sit around. I felt like I was paralyzed. I'm okay now. But Mr. That guy? Moe stares at the door. I wonder if Hanahiko did that. And I don't know if you noticed, but I got that feeling someone was standing behind him. There's really no good way to respond to that. I let silence serve as my answer. What else can I do? No point in coming here if we're just gonna stand here shaking. If we don't uncover the secret before it comes for us, why don't we just check out the staff room? I tactfully avoid answering Moe's question. The guard has run out of here. Something might be inside. Some secret about Hanahiko. Yeah, you're right. Let's just be careful, okay? I'll cover my wrist with my palm, making sure Moe doesn't notice. Oh, excuse me. The moment I put my hand on the knob, the mark burned my skin, pulsing along with my beating heart. New info was added. Okay. The broken window is letting in. Okay, nothing special. She has more spirit power than me. The staff room is chaos. The furniture is upended in. It's upended, and the walls are. Well, was there a fire here or something? There are black scorches marks everywhere. Whew. Moe looks relieved as they come out. As they come out from behind me. Whoa, it's totally empty. Anyways, let's look around. There's a door over there too. It looks like it goes to another room. The wall near the window is burnt. There must have been a fire near here a long time ago. Opened the door and left the staff room. It's kind of cramped up in here. Is this a storage room? Seems to be. Hopefully there's something useful in here. Before I do that. But there's... Is it... Okay. I squat down by the door. My mark bites into my wrist again. It's almost like it's trying to stop me from searching under the floor. I stand up, pretending to be calm. Okay, that's worrying. Something dangerous must be here. What's wrong? Are you gonna see what that is? I'll check it out later. I'll keep my reply vague as I dust off my knees. Let's look around the room first. There's a bunch of interesting stuff in here. There's definitely something beneath our feet, but we better make sure we're prepared if we're going down there. I pull on the door, but it's right away in places. Looks like it won't budge. Something's stopping it. I read that part already. I don't think that'll do anything. It's a school journal. The paper's deteriorated from age and bugs, so I can't read it. Okay, so they won't let me go here yet. So I have to come back here later. That's a fire door. When I open the side door, all I find is a wall. I'm about to give up and close the door when I notice something stuck in the back of it. You found another talisman. Nice. Nice. Going up. Pieces of concrete litter the floor. I think they came from the wall. Going up. Snakes. Yep. I went to the right. Yeah, I think I already checked every room. Okay, climb the stairs. I think I'm pretty much done here. I guess just head back. Yes. Right. I think this is the staff room, right? Yeah. Yeah, nothing there. Alright, I'm just trying to figure out, like, it looks like I'm supposed to go down there, but it's not letting me. Okay, so they say check out everything. But it's just rattling in place. It looks like it won't open. Nothing there. Oh. There's a cardboard box on top of the cabinets. I think I could reach it. Something's written in markers on the side of the box. Lost and it's legible, but the rest of the letters are smudged. Lipstick, red pen, and girl slipper. Good job, mister. I knew you was a reason you were tall. Okay, so what do I do with it now? That doesn't do nothing. I should check everywhere else first. I'll figure out what to do about the trapdoor later. Okay. Alright, let's leave this room. Climb the stairs. Nothing there. Nothing there. Hmm. Nothing there. Yeah, you mentioned red stuff. An idea hits me, and I try holding the lipsticks up to the mirror, but nothing happens. An idea hits me. I try holding the red pen up to the mirror, but nothing happens. But nothing happens. Hmm. Old lipstick found in the lost and found box. The red color really pops. It's been used enough that there's not much left. A red pen with a cute character on the side. The cap is missing, but the ink isn't dry yet, so it could still be used. Children's slippers made of red rubber. There are traces of the owner's name on it, but it's stained and unlegible. Hmm. Still kind of lost on her. Lost items are kept in storage in the staff room. Please check if you're missing something. Okay. Don't leave handprints on the mirror. Hmm. Climb the stairs. And if I go to the second floor, it's gonna be more snakes, right? Okay. The boy who appeared in the mirror, he may be possibly Hanahiko. There may be other traces of Hanahiko within the school. Please continue your investigation. Oh, so that's what we're doing? Okay. I'm just stretching. Just nothing that catches his eye. Hmm. I am lost. I've definitely heard it. I think they came from the walls. Right. And there's snakes here too, right? Yeah. Hmm. As I searched the, I found a worn out passment. When I pick it up, okay, nice. Okay. Yeah, nothing's going on in that room. So uncool. If I could wrench it. Let's take another open it. I give it a try, but it won't even fit inside. The door's locked. If I had a key, I could open it. Let's try this. This one also won't. Okay. And we tried all this stuff here already. Yeah. Nothing happens. Nothing happens. Back down the stairs. Hmm. The guard we met at the school gate was the one who screamed. He burst out of the staff room, covered in growing plants of all things, and the pain was driving him mad. Did the spirit do this? It must have been Hanahiko, which means inside the staff room is. But we have to keep going. Alright. I'm gonna be right back. It's gonna get me a drink. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, I'm pretty stuck on this part with the whole Hinehiko, whatever it's called. Um, where's this shit right here? I'm thinking. Like the rumor said, a ghostly boy appeared. We answered some of his questions, then the mirror broke and he vanished. No more big people here, he said, like he was chasing something. And then we heard a horrible scream. It came from the opposite end of the school, and it sounded familiar, which is the guard. That we confirm. The mysteries didn't end there. I heard a whisper in my ear that said, "Purify with red." What was that eerie voice? Maybe everything that's going on is making me go crazy. Regardless, first we need to find the cause of that scream, which was this guy right here. Alright? So, the guard we met at the school gate was the one who screamed. Right. He burst out of the staff room covered in the growing plants of all things, and the pain was driving him mad. Did the spirit do this? It must have been Hanahiko, which means inside the staff room is, but we need to keep going. Now, this is the part where I'm kind of lost at. Hmm. Let's research again. Hold on. Let's get out of here. Let's go back into the school, right? Uh, I think it's on the west side instead of the east side, but whatever. It's thrusting in and won't move. Right. And I don't think it'll let me. Yeah, it won't let me use any of this shit. Okay. So. Let me exit over here. Should be here, I think. There must have been a fire here a long time ago. What if we use... I don't know. I take out the red pen, but what should I do with it? I can't even... Okay, so that's not working. But there's definitely something blocking it. What if I, use this? Hmm. Yeah, it's like not working with it though. Yeah, but it's not letting me do that. Huh. Are you gonna see what that is? I'll check it out later. He says. I'll keep my reply vague. Okay. It's definitely something to do with that cabinet. It's a massive wooden cabinet. Right. It looks like the sliding door has a simple lock, just sticking something in the hole for the screw. The key itself seems to have gone missing. I don't see it anywhere. What's this? Something stuck in the hole of the screw. You mean I just had to interact with it? Oh my gosh. It seems the wooden thing works as a lock. I have to do something about to open it. Wow, you got skills. Yeah, it took me like an hour. It is that surprising. Anyways, I need to focus. Suddenly, the resistance vanishes and the pen pokes all the way through. I put my hand on the door and it slides open without any issues. There's a red tube inside. I got a flare. A flare? What's that for? It's a signal light for emergencies. It's a good idea to always have one in your car. Huh? Okay. But Moe picked something off of the floor. It's a thorn, about as long as my pinky finger. That's what is in the hole. This is not a coincidence. I bet he didn't want anyone to have that. So he put a thorn in the hole. Is he scared of this? We both look at the flare again. Huh? What? Why you turned it off? Why did you turn off the light? That wasn't me. I didn't turn it off. It just went off. What was that noise? Hey, mister. What was that noise? Shh, be quiet. It's a struggle to not yell with my nerves on edge. I hit the flashlight again and again. Come on, please. The batteries were just working. I feel like I'm performing CPR on this thing. What? But finally. Ah, there it is. Got it. Oh, shit. The door behind me wraps. Oh, sorry. The door behind me warps threateningly. My mark burns in pain. Death is already in the room next door. There's no time and nowhere to run. Calm down. I need to find a way out of this quickly. We're running out of time. A way to survive. We gotta hurry. My mark scorches me. I stop moving for just a second. But I have to do this. Yes, I got it. I grab the handle and lift up the trapdoor. As I thought, a dark hole leads down under the floor. Get in. I shove Moe into the hole. Then I slide down into the darkness after them. Ugh. I fell unexpectedly far, hitting my back against something. I grit my teeth to stop myself from yelling. Something's shuffling around my head, above my head. If we had stayed there just a few more seconds. I grip my burning wrist from all my might. I must endure the pain for now. I could hear anxious panting. Moe must be right next to me. They're shaking so hard. I could see her from the corner of my eye. Oh. I braced myself, expecting the trapdoor to break open at any second. But the shuffling noise finally grows distant. Is it okay now? Yeah, I think it's gone. Suddenly my wrist isn't hurting anymore. Thank God, I thought we were done for this time. Anyways, where are we now? What in the world is this room? I'm surprised this place exists beneath the school. Can you turn on the light? Yeah. I'm cautiously pressing the switch, being careful not to make any noise. Oh boy. The scene captured in the light of the flashlight sends shivers down my spine. What? Moe slaps a hand over their mouth. For a few moments, all we could do is stare in silence. A disturbing scene, more horrible than anything I've seen before, spreads out before us. Anyone would be shocked by it, especially a kid. I take a deep breath and look closer. There's something twisted around the corpse. It looks like some kind of plant vine. Are those roses? The strangely sharp thorns and the thin red petals. There appears to be real live roses covering the corpse and carpeting the floor. My vision suddenly grows dim. Oh! Look at that! I see a woman's body trapped by roses. What is this? The tragedy that happened in this room. It's as if all playing out in my head. I could see it. Roses? What are they doing here? Did someone plant them? Moe's voice brings me back to reality. Yeah. I can't tell them that I saw some waking dream. I scrambled to remember the conversation. That's right. I saw the roses vines then. Yeah, that's got to be it. It's not like they just spring up on their own. But why would anyone do that? Did someone decorate the corpse for some kind of reason? Or did they die captured by the roses like I saw in that vision? Moe screams. What's wrong? Something moved. See? Over there, back in there. No, it's something hiding in there. Okay. There's a dried up corpse. I hesitantly search the corpse, but I don't find anything. Don't find nothing there. It's twisted in an odd position, as if it's still in pain even now. But I don't find anything. Okay. There's a bed with a metal pipe frame. The mattress is completely discolored, stained with something that looks like sweat. Someone must have been living here, and for a long time too. It's oozing dark, dirty water. It smells like sewage. I slide the mattress over and find a plastic sheet underneath it. I got a vinyl sheet. It's pretty thick. Was it put there to protect from water damage? The top of the sheet is pitch black. At least at first glance it looks like it's covered in mold. But when I spread it open, it crunches as the dark red flakes fall from it. This is blood. I can't do anything but whisper, dumbfounded, as I stare at the bloodstained sheet. Something murmurs in my ears, as in a reply. Their blood denies them. Him. Part of me takes the voice seriously. I'm clearly hallucinating, but for some reason it calms me down. Still in the daze, I shine the flashlight under the bed. There it is again, something's there. Moe's voice has gone very shrill. Then, hey now, give me a break. I'm no monster, you know. I'm just a regular human being. Oh? Something slowly climbs out from under the bed. It's a man in a trench coat. A person. What were you doing under there? The man looks bored. He scoffs. Same as you. I ran into that monster and escaped down here. Then you guys came. The man turns his back to us and jerks his chin. He's probably jerking off. Anyways, I was hiding over here, banging these corpses. Yo, Name, what's up, man? How are you? Happy Friday, man. Hey, appreciate you stopping by. Anyways, I was just hiding over here. Name, you know what? Before you're here, I gotta show you this clip. I think you would enjoy it. I had to clip this, but let me I don't want to go too fast. I'm just fast forwarding real quick. Alright, so we go into this dark ass room. Right? You see these corpses and everything, right? He's like, man, what are we seeing? We see a bunch of corpses and everything, right? A whole bunch of corpses and roses and shit, right? And then he's like hallucinating what happened in his dream. And the first thing I saw, right? The first thing I saw was this. I was like, oh my. Yeah. Anyways. His answer is believable enough. But why is he at this school to begin with? His presence raises a lot of questions. The man tilts his head a bit and peers at me. Then he snorts. It seems he's seen through me. You don't look like you believe me. Guess that's only natural. Okay, we back. And Bat is almost dead. Yeah. I could, but the man looks around at his feet. We better get out of here first. We shouldn't chat at the crime scene. I think you're right. Moe seems to feel the same way. Let's head back for now. You had you have somewhere to go back to? Good. Then let's get going. The man puts his hand on the ladder. He pauses and turns to us. The name's Satoru Mashita. I'm an ex-detective. Forgot to mention that. The man named Mashita disappears at the ladder. We follow him back to the first floor, but when we emerge, he's not there no more. Hey, take a look at this. Mashita's calling to us from down the hallway. Was it like this when you guys came through? Moe pipes up, voice slightly wobbly. No, it wasn't. It wasn't like this at all. Oh, it definitely wasn't like this. Something's creeping along the hallway. There are rose vines. I thought so. I didn't see them before either. Oh! The mark's color grows more vivid. A few more hours till death comes closing in. Oh gosh, this is not good. One sec. Alright, I better hurry. Some people naturally put others on guard, even if there's no particular ill will between them. Name's like, yo, what the fuck? Give me a sec. I just screenshot that part. Hold on. No, I don't want to do that. Wait, I passed it. I should put this as my wallpaper. And screenshot. I'll do that when I'm not streaming. Anyways, that's exactly the type of person Mashita is. Oh, you got some nice stuff here. The moment he climbs into the car, he makes a grab for my bag. Watch out for them vines. They be doing stuff. I mean, I've seen Evil Dead to know enough about fucking vines and, you know, females. Then he starts inspecting all my stuff. I wasn't planning on keeping a constant eye on him, but he's making it very hard not to. Moe seems like the type to stick her nose in everything, but she's suspiciously silent as if exhausted. Are you okay, Moe? Huh? Oh yeah, just zoning out. You know, I'm just fine. She doesn't look fine, but my other passenger is more of a concern right now. So, were you at the school because you were investigating something? I'm not on the force anymore, just poking around for my own reasons. Something I wanted to check. I don't doubt what he says, but that would mean he entered the school illegally. What were you? Let me ask one thing first. Mashita interrupts my question and points to my arm. Oh shit, you put me on the spot. Does that hurt? It didn't take him long to spot the mark on my wrist. Sometimes it hurts the most whenever I'm in danger. Huh? Is that so? Machida leans back into his seat, satisfied. I was investigating some missing people. Guess he's responding to my question now. That school came up in a number of missing persons cases. Each one had some affiliation with H Elementary before they disappeared. Teachers, workers, people in the PTA, students, and their family members. I was looking for them. Then, Moe speaks up from the back seat then. Were those people the corpse down there? She doesn't sound as energetic as she usually does. Did something happen after all? Is her mark? Machida doesn't reply. Maybe he thinks the answer obvious, or maybe replying to a kid isn't worth his time. But something bugs me about what he just said. If the school was clearly suspicious then, of course I brought it up to my superiors. All I got for it was... He continues before I could ask, making a slashing motion across his neck. You got fired, huh? Disciplinary discharge. Something about sexual harassment or something. What the fuck? Well, that escalated. That principal's gonna have some kind of political pull. I probably dug up something he didn't want to get out. That wasn't my plan. I never meant to uncover anything dirty. True, the school did have that suspicious room. It's not that strange to think it will come up in some missing person's case. That would be common sense at least. But common sense is for the world of the living. A spirit might have something to do with those cases. There's an awkward silence. In that sense, this isn't even a case anymore, is it? Machida sighs deeply. Who believed it? Who would believe that there's a monster in the school killing people? It's personal now. Our problem, and we're on our own. He turns his wrist over and shows it to me. On his skin is the familiar mark. The death mark. You too? Yeah, I sensed it as soon as I saw yours. I had a feeling this would be a problem. We're in the same boat, you and I. He has good instincts. We should talk more when we get back. At Kuju Mansion, there's some, I stopped myself from finishing my sentence though. I shouldn't mention that for now. In any case, once we get back, we'll give you more details. Yeah, I'm sure they'll help. I'm sure they will help him a bunch. But Machida scoffs. Help? Huh? You're underestimating me. When I get out of the car, someone's there to greet me. Welcome back, mister. You too, Miss Moe. I'm glad you're unharmed. Did you find any clues about the spirit? What? So there are others. This is everyone. Huh? What a reliable group you got. The sarcasm is practically dripping off out of his words. So, are you all planning on continuing to search for the key or whatever it is? We don't have anything else to go on. There's no other choice. I don't understand you. If the source of that mark is the spirits, it would be best to destroy the source, don't you think? What do you mean? The spirit exists, so all you have to do is kill it. Are you serious? Of course he's serious. He doesn't exactly look like your joking type. Even if we manage to kill it, Would that really make the mark disappear? When I consider everything Mary's told me, it doesn't seem like it will work that way. Even assuming it did, we have a more fundamental problem. And how do you plan to kill it? I'll figure something out. If something exists, there's logically a way to destroy it as well. That is true. He claims he has killed spirits, yet he doesn't even know how to do it. Where does all this confidence come from? Don't forget, I'll face him once already. If we're seriously thinking of killing him, Machida grabs his wrist. The little shit shot some kind of thorns at me from a distance. They hit hard enough to stick into concrete. There's no way to get in close to him. We have to make that a priority. Machida pulls something out of his heel of his shoe and tosses it at me. It's a thorn, curved like a fang. The only reason I'm still breathing is because I was lucky. It won't happen again next time. We need a plan. As we head to the entrance, I tell Machida about Kuju Mansion. He takes it all in silently. Even bringing up the talking dog or Saya Kuju's death doesn't even trigger a reaction. Is he so unnervedly calm because he's already dealt with the supernatural? We reach the main hall, which is warmly lit. This is a strange mansion, but for some reason I feel like I come home. Acclimatization is kind of terrifying. Welcome back, Lord Asshole. That man is a mark bearer too, I see. Would you make the introductions? Why yes, I got you. I update Mary on our investigation and the strange way we met Machida. The mirror, the underground room full of corpses, the sudden appearance of roses. I really hate to admit it, but it's clear something supernatural is at work here. And the spirit that caused all of it, Hanahiko. There's no doubt that Hanahiko is the one who put the marks on Machida's arm too. But wait for it. Okay. But what kind of chance do we have against a monster that could do that? Machida says we should kill it. But is that even possible? Hey, asshole! My train of thought is interrupted. Machida's holding a leather-bound notebook towards me. Read this. I picked it up in the underground room. It was caught up in a bunch of roses that I found. It was pretty hard to get loose. Did you read it? I skimmed through a bit. It's got some interesting stuff. That's what he says, but he's not smiling at all. His eyes simmer with a quiet anger. Dark red mark stains the cover. I have a bad feeling, but I flip through it. Rose petals fall as they become unstuck from the pages. Ooh, poetry. The notes within are very detailed. The author was intelligent and well written. Reading through, it dawns on me that this was written by H Elementary's principal. The meticulous letters on each page tells a ghastly story. Records of a young adopted boy's tutoring session. Oh? Are we back here? The first note is from 5 years ago. It seems the boy adopted by the principal was small and exceedingly cute. He enjoyed wearing skirts and makeup too. Oh boy. This is not going to go well. There was no denying that there truly suited a daintily red-cheeked boy like him. but the principal had a hard time accepting such fancies. Bad habits must be corrected young to promote some mental health, he thought. So he called it tutoring as a cover for his warped desire. Oh, so that's why he got... Oh, I understand. I understand now. They took places in the underground room. Too many prying eyes anywhere else. There was no safer place than the school at night. Once all the teachers had left, the principal stayed behind, under the presence of keeping them watch, then tutor. He was a highly respected teacher. He even made appearances on TV. There was no reason to be suspicious. The only one who noticed anything strange was the boys' homeroom teacher. But she feared the principal power and firmly kept her mouth shut. As the notes continue, they are more and more deranged. They paint a horrible picture. It is of a total distorted parents and child. My child gets weaker after every session. His delicate frame has grown thinner and his red cheeks are now darkened. His appearance is described in detail, but there is no malice or hatred. There's just fanatical sincerity, his pride as an educator, and a terrifying smothering lover. Ooh. It continues like that to the very last page. There's no mention of what became of the principal and the boy. But going by the current state of H Elementary, I could hazard a guess. You don't look so well, mister. Well, I wonder why. What was in that notebook? Tsukasa peers up at me, and he and the boy in the notebook are about the same age. This isn't stuff you should share with a kid. I better just sum up the main points for him. He says, that's terrible. We children are always the victims of egos of adults. Stupid grown-ups are irredeemable. And that fucking face, look at that face. Why he say that makes sense. That fucking face, yo. The revolting evils of the adults, and the poor boy who became a victim. But is that really the end? If Hanahiko and the boy in the notebook are connected, then the boy turned into a monster. Is that even possible? Well, it looks like it. Untimely deaths produce hatred. Death does not bring it to an end. Such festering sentiments could bring birth to a supernatural. Monsters, ghosts, vengeful spirits. They have many names. I believe that you have heard one of two such stories. Hanahiko is similar. Mary's words are hard to swallow, but after all the weird events, it only makes sense to accept them. If I turn my back to the truth, all that will awaits me is death. Then Hanahiko really is a monster. We must form a plan based on that hypothesis. Mary is silent at a moment. Then her jade glass eyes shift to Mashida. Incidentally, according to Lord Asshole's report, there are these among you who are considering killing the spirits. I shall warn you, just in case. But that would be very difficult to do. Why is that? I could see Mashida's narrow his eyes, but I made sure to speak up first. They are from the world of the dead. Just as the living cannot become more alive, the dead cannot be killed. The only thing you could possibly destroy is the cursed sentiment. So what does that mean? It is as I told you before. Death and life existing together. If that is the origin of the mark, then a way to erase it will be there. By driving away the spirit, the curse will be eliminated. So defeating Hanahiko is how we will be able to destroy the mark. Setting aside how he can't be killed. What exactly is the key then? It is nothing more than a concept, so I am unsure, but I am certain of one thing. Fate ties the spirit to his place of birth. An object they may be able to fulfill the role of the key. It is a difficult concept to grasp, but that is just how spirits are. Determining the nature of the key, that will decide your fate. I had a feeling we just have to keep digging around the elementary school. We don't know what the cursed sentiments or the key to destroying the grudge are. Gaining the key and lifting the grudge is the only way to survive. You will be required to be callous to make use of the spirit sphere. The way to repel the spirits lies within this grudge. Remember this and be careful. Alright. Let's just save. We made some progress. I just gotta stretch. Alright. Now let's continue. The key to the spirit's grudge. It should be within the school. Fate has tied him to that school. However, even if I don't know what form it will take, hey, wait! Mashida appears as we're getting ready to leave. Poison Ivy would be proud, yes. Bad news. That high school girl. Miss Moe is gone. At least she's nowhere in the mansion. Speaking of which, I didn't see her when we were talking to Mary in the hall either. Maybe she ran away. That doesn't make sense. What would she accomplish by doing that? Running away from the mansion will make her mark disappear. It could be her form of escape. Many killed themselves if they know they're gonna die. Or maybe something happened to her, like the spirit's curse. Moe saw Hanahiko in the mirror at the school, so she's the mark bearer with the strongest connection. It's possible that he zeroed in on her, just like Tsukasa said. But there's nothing we can do. Let's get ready to go. Yeah, we can't really do anything right now. Even if something happens to Moe, if we can get the marks to vanish, that should save her too. Let's head out. We're going back to the school. Yeah, let's go to the school. We came back to the school, like we said it was right. I know full well that in the end, this place is just a school. Okay. Let's go. Tsukasa nods silently and steps forward. Okay. Nothing there. Are we done here? I don't think you find anything. Okay. Let's go to the right. We saw it earlier, but the hallway has completely transformed. Seeing them like this, are roses really all that pretty when you look close? They're scary. Okay, I don't think there's nothing of interest here. Let's go back out. Huh? What's that? Tsukasa suddenly speaks up. Where? By the window. See? Over there, there's something sparkling. The window. All I see is rose vines. I may as well check it out, though. Oh, something here. Huh. Something's glinting over by the window. It looks like something buried by the rose vines. There's definitely something there. I didn't notice it before. No, maybe it wasn't there yet when we passed through here earlier. That guard from before, did he drop that? Maybe. It might have fallen on the floor and been lifted from the vines. It's only now that it's high enough to be spotted. If it belonged to the guard, then it could have come in handy when we was investigating. He was in charge of watching this building after all. Let's check it out. I pushed my fingers into the vine. Ow! I was careful, but the oddly sharp thorns still cut my skin. Damn, this is a pain. I keep fighting with the vines. I finally reached the metal object. I got the school key ring. Hell yeah. Yep, it's just as we thought. These definitely belongs to the guard. Keys will be extremely useful. We could get into the place we... Tsukasa suddenly cuts off his mid-sentence. What's wrong? Nothing, I just forgot what I was saying. Anyways, let's keep looking around. Okay. Nope, can't go there. Okay, what's going on around here? Moving forward. Sure, let's go under. Oh, right, I forgot I'm here with the kid. Nope, nothing there. Yeah, let's go back up. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright, go back to the hallway. Okay. Moving forward. Hey. I moved to step into the classroom. Okay. And suddenly there's a strong grip on my shoulder. I glanced at the hallway out of the corner of my eye. I'm pretty sure Tsukasa was on my other side. No, even if they were on this side, they have no reason to grab me. Oh shit. Live or die. Calm down, I'm just imagining things. My voice doesn't sound very convincing. Don't panic, it's an illusion. Calm down, hold it together. An icy chill envelopes my right side. I turn to Tsukasa and open my mouth to tell them. When I do, oh shit. Safe. I see a terrifying face in the darkness. Then, an outline lying in wait for me. Okay. I squeeze my eyes shut and pray. Safe. Just then. What are you doing? With Tsukasa's voice, the figure vanishes. I find myself standing in front of the door. And I survived. I guess those other choices would have got me killed right there. Oh, wait. The mark burns scarlet. Half an hour left until death comes in. Oh, shit. Are you alright? Yeah. Tsukasa picks up something off my left shoulder. This is... The hand I felt gripping my shoulder was actually a rose thorn. But more importantly, Tsukasa, what's the matter? They're acting kinda... Huh? Something's wrong. He's not acting normal. Amnesia. My heart pangs with worry. Is Tsukasa spacing out because the Mark's curse has progressed? But I don't understand. I'm still the same, at least as far as I know. Let's go. Right. Tsukasa shuffles forward like a zombie. Something is seriously wrong. This is bad. One sec. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. How long have I been streaming? Shit, almost 3 hours. Alright, so danger crept up on us so quickly. We're running out of time. His conditions might get worse. I'll figure something out. Alright, we've never been to this room. The plants are dry and withered. Does the roof have a leak? The ceiling looks stained in places. Research. Plans to destroy weeds. The paper is falling apart. Doubt anyone could care if I tore it off and took it with me. I mean, sure. I ripped the research paper off the wall, and I got the plan to destroy weeds. Observing office ladies. The paper's falling apart. Doubt anyone will care if I tore it off and take it with me. Okay. So. Wait, there's something here. A white powder substance is scattering around. I tried rubbing the grains between my fingers and it feels like salt. If I had a container, I would try to take some with me. But unfortunately, I guess I don't. Okay. I guess I have to come back here later. Okay. One sec. So we have to try to get the salt. Okay. I'm just exploring all the rooms, that's all. To the left side. That door is locked. And I don't think I could do anything there. Continue. Alright, I guess I should read these notes. It records the results of pouring various liquids on weeds. It says miso soup and salt water works. Dissolving salt in the water first makes it work faster. What's popular right now is brown hair and pink lips. What? What? Okay. Okay. All right, I have this. And fill it with powder. Yes. I got the perfect. Okay. Okay. Now what? Wait, I just triggered something. First purify with seawater. What? I hear that voice again. I don't react or let it show on my face. No need to make cause a worry. Seawater. So would that be salt water then? Um. Okay, so maybe go move back. Alright, anything here? Nothing there. Continue. Hmm. Nah, I don't think I have to come here. Still looking around. Hmm. I'm thinking. Alright, go upstairs, I guess. I trip on something. What's this? Moi's bag is on the staircase. I got Moi's bag. Oh. Okay. Inside the bag is some random junk along with her school jacket. But if it's here, that means is Moi still in school? But the cracked mirror is the only thing in sight. The scan on her bag, there's no trace of Moi anywhere. In any case, we'll just have to keep looking around. I don't know, I'm just saying. There's cracks in the mirror. There's nothing else particularly odd about it. And it does nothing. I didn't think it was going to do anything. It was just worth a try. Okay, maybe look around. I don't think I could go up here yet. Can I go up here? I don't think I can. Yeah, the snakes are still here. Nothing going on there. Wait, I just thought about this. Never mind. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, let's look at my notes. Memos. Secret of the underground room. Chased by... Okay. Continue investigations of the school. We found a ring of keys that we think the guard dropped. Now we could investigate the classroom that were locked. Before we left Mary, she said it's impossible to kill the dead. We'll just have to do everything in our power to find the information on the keys on ways to repel the spirit down that dawns comes. Let's see. Alright, what about this door? Okay, we didn't open this door. Oh! What the fuck? That's a pretty good scare. Oh yeah, there's a lot of shit here. There's a chalk case attached to the blackboard. Has stencil over it, as if something hit it. Something's inside the chalk case. I found a worn out talisman. Yes. That's just what I need. I got some soul power. Okay. An aquarium covered in moss. Stick my hand into the tank. When I do, my fingers touch something cold. There's some water left inside. Oh, right. There's enough water left inside that I could scoop it up with... Yeah, I know what I'm supposed to do here. I got some salt water. Plants grow in the sunlight, so I use a mirror to see what could happen under lots of light. Results: when I put lots of light into it, the leaves turn white and they got sick. This game is crazy. It's something, alright. What I learned: shining too much light on plants is bad for them too. People doubt anyone will care if I tore it off. So yeah, let's take it. I got plants to stuff in the weeds. An umbrella would withstand a typhoon. The paper is falling apart. Doubt anyone will care. Yeah, let's take it. Is that all around here? I think that's everything around here. Check my notes. Okay. Make sure I save. Alright, let's continue. Go this way, I think. Okay. Nah, not here. Going up. It's probably the other side. I get these two sides of the hallway confused. I don't think there's something here, but let me just check. Yeah, we already checked everything here. Oh wait, there's something here. There's an abandoned desk. I stick my hand inside and feel around. Something pokes my finger. I grabbed it and pull it out. I got a wire umbrella. But what's this doing here? I have an idea. This umbrella might have been part of the display from that independent research we found earlier. Still though, what's the point? Yeah. I shrug and stuff it into my bag. I see the nicely folded dark plastic sheet among the garbage. Oh, did we do something? Their blood denies them. What? Oh. Without conscious thought, I start speaking. Blood denies them. What? Does that mean to repel with blood? Oh. I pop open the wire umbrella. Then I spread the plastic sheet over it. Huh? Just like it said in the research paper, you could create something like an umbrella. But it's not fastened on. It'll be impossible to carry it around like this. So we'll just have to hold it together to use it. Thankfully, there are two of us here. One person to open the umbrella first, and one person to spread the sheets. If we manage to combo like that, we can use the bloodstained sheets as an umbrella. I don't even know what that means, but okay. Sorry to make you wait. Sure. Tsukasa gives a vague reply. I'm sure this comes in handy. I feel like everything here is for a reason. New info was added to the spirit file. Okay. So what's in my bag? Oh, we actually have an umbrella. Cool. Alright, let's exit. Nothing there. Nothing there. There's gotta be something I missed. Nope. Nothing there. Hmm. Yeah, the only thing I have to do is just do trials and error and just search every room. But I think I got every puzzle piece now. Hmm. Nothing there. The scribbles on the blackboard. Okay. Yeah, I don't think there's nothing special here. Continue. Hmm. I don't think I have to go down here, but let's just check, just to check. Something flashes divine by his feet. Got a round hand mirror? What? What's that for? It looks like a gift for a young woman. Oh, wait, what? What? The mark is dyed a deep crimson. What? Sunrise. A few minutes left until death closes. Oh, shit. What? A loud noise suddenly rings out. Ugh. A terrible pain runs through my wrist. It feels like something's biting into my bone. Tsukasa? Hey, are you listening? Yes, of course. Haha. At least he's still replying to me. But the way he's acting is... He can't keep going like this. Move, come on. My shout rings throughout the building. New info was... Okay. Last stand. Wait, what did I get? Frightened by the creeping Heneniko in the mark. Wait, did I see him? Nothing there. It's twisted in opposition and still in pain even now. Is there anything there? No. Yeah, I guess I'll just head back up. Yeah. The wire umbrella used for student research is the plastic sheet dyed black from the corpse's blood. There's no point to using it as an umbrella, but if one person opens it and another person covers it with the sheet, the blood of the dead, in other words, something that closest to the spirit, if we use it against them, it may work like a shield of blood. Time simply passes while we have no clue where Moe is. My partner's acting strange too, like his memories are deteriorating. Why does it feel like death is closing in? We've been running. Wait, we have nowhere to run. My only choice is to face the spirit using the information and tools I gather. And is my partner for the showdown okay with that? Plus, how am I going to deal with the threat of the thorn? I heard so many riddles, but I don't know what they mean. And the latest whispers purified with sea water first. What's that about? I guess I have to do that before anything else. I have to think this through in order to survive. Yeah, I'm so lost with that. I'm thinking right now. Hmm. The instant I step into the hallway, a strange, indescribable feeling hits me. Like a solid presence is closing up on me from deep within the darkness. Oh. Oh, it's the rabbit. Then it runs down the hallway. I thought that was it, but it stops part way. It turns back as it to see what we're doing. Wait up. I grab Sukasa's wrist and chase after it. We chase after the rabbit and arrived at the eastern staircase. We quickly climbed up the stairs and stand in front of the mirror. Where did... I looked around for the creature. Oh. Just then, red drops of something fall from above. It's scarlet rose petals. I slowly raise my eyes up to the ceiling. Oh! The instant I see that, I let out a groan. It's heavily weighted with both fear and relief. Moe is up there, hanging from rose vines. Miss Moe, so this is where you've been. He points at her, strangely amused. Oh my gosh. But she's not the only thing up there. Oh? There's a corpse hiding in the vines too. It looks like that guard. Suddenly, the vines snap like the weight is too much, and Moe crashes painfully to the ground. The talismans do what? They heal you, I guess. Hey, hang in there. Yeah. I quickly glance over her to make sure she's not hurt. Her mark is obvious. It's swollen, pulsing, and red like a large, dangerous-looking pomegranate. It looks like its progress a lot further than the one on my wrist. I see, so this is why. Did she get desperate and come to the school and try to do something? So you didn't run away. In any case, I need to get some clothes on her. No, you don't. I take the jacket out of her bag and slide her arm into a sleeve. She's still pretty out of it, but she manages to get the rest of it on by herself. Aww. Huh? Oh, it's you, mister. Why? Exactly, why? The mark's progression must be affecting her just like Tsukasa. I doubt anything I say will make sense to her. And besides, right now, he's here. Hanehiko knows. I know. But what should I do? What am I supposed to do? There's nowhere to hide. I look at Moe and Tsukasa and their eyes are on focus. We'll die here. We'll all die here. I'm the only one who might have a chance of overturning that fate. Gaining the key and lifting the grudge is the only way to survive. You'll be required to be callous to make... I remember this, yeah. The way to repair the spirit lies with its grudge. Mary's words echo into my head. I open my bag and look through everything I picked up throughout the school. Is one of these the key? But it all looks like junk. Garbage is all I have. Hanehiko. When I first saw him in the mirror, he was like a monster. But now I feel like I just know why he came to be. I'll just have to face him. Believe that I have the final key. Believe. Trust in myself. Choose a partner. Let's go with the chick. I grab them, shake their shoulders, and yell. Get it together. There's nowhere to hide. We have to go. Come with me. Hanehiko. Moe makes a vague sound, but that's good enough. We're going to release him from his curse. Oh. 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 Wait, what? Oh. Hanehiko is staring at Moe. Hey there. They aren't grown up. Fine, only big people die, okay? It sounds like slithering vines come from Hanehiko's direction. The next thing I know, a small sharp object grazes my face. Missed. You won't be so lucky next time. I get the feeling Hanehiko's planning to attack me from a distance. I need to do something to reach him from this far away. Facing the spirit. To defeat a spirit, you must use the right item at the right time. Both you and your partner could use one item each. According to the situation. Okay. Some items are limited use, so please take care. Check the numbers to the right. I have numbers. Some of them are infinite, some have a number. Also, some items cannot be used when facing a spirit. Okay. Combo actions. We got combos. When facing the spirit, 2 items can be used together. This is a combo action. If it's executed and if you and your partner use the right items, she was just hanging in there, yeah, man. You could read the spirit files on items description at any time. Open your bag and using the triangle button. I'm thinking. It's too far. Okay, got it. So, hey, zombie. I'm thinking. Oh, and the sheep. Yes, let's do the combo. Go for it. I put the plastic sheet over the wire. Yes. I readied the combo together, umbrella. This should be able to block the thorns. What the heck is that? Yeah, that's the same thing I said about you. That umbrella is in my way. His cold voice rings out, sounding slightly angry. Hanehiko shoots a rose thorn. The thorn fires as fast as bullets, but only bounces off the bloodstained sheet. What is this? This is Death Mark. It's a horror visual light novel. This is part 1 of the series. I have the second part as well. Oh yeah, we have to show Zombie that. Hold on, let me finish the story and I'll show Zombie the 2 scenes. Their blood denies them, so that's what it's meant. By the way, this game is available on every platform. It's on the Switch, it's on the Vita, it's on the fucking PS4, it's on the Xbox One, it's on everything. The impact of the thorns causes the sheet to start to fall off the umbrella. If we don't put it back, we won't be able to protect ourselves. I think he should. Oh, he's getting closer. Hanehiko sways closer as the umbrella is irritating him. We might be able to do something if he comes a little closer. How to weaken spirits. To defeat a spirit, you must use a specific item to weaken them. It can't be used until a spirit is as close as possible. Okay. When that happens, the screen outlines will glow red. Endure the spirit's attacks until they are in range. So I have to take the hit. Let's go back with the umbrella because that looks like it'll work. I put the sheet. Yes. He shoots a rose thorn. Yeah, we just gotta repeat that. Yes. Okay. It should be close enough though. Comes up close. Oh shit. Countless vines wriggle in his oddly shaped head. They're like poisonous snakes about to strike their prey. At this distance, the umbrella pretty is useless. It's obvious they will be killed instantly if I don't do anything. This close distance is my only chance. Should I attack using a spirit against spirits or an attack against plants? Is there a way I could fight back? Okay, and they did mention salt water, and he's infatuated with the color red. Hopefully this works. Aso throws the salt water at Hanehiko. The vines hits with the salt water quickly stop moving. In the hazy darkness, I could see Hanehiko's face twisting in pain. How mean! Are you going to tease me now, too, mister? He starts sniffling as he's about to cry. He looks weakened. How to defeat spirits. Defeat a weakened spirit using specific items. Choose an item based on the info you gather. You only had one chance. Think carefully. Yeah, I chose that, the lipstick. I put the lipsticks on his lips. What did you do? He's weakened. Okay. I remember they mentioned the mirror. I got the mirror right. And I don't think it matters what I put after that. Whatever. Asshole points the round hand mirror at Hanahiku. I turn the hand mirror towards him to make him look at the lipstick. He stares at his own reflection. This is red stuff. I've been looking for this for so long. What the fuck? My keepsake for my mom. Are these memories from when he was alive? He smiled with his red lips. Am I pretty? Be gone. That's funny. The spirit melts into darkness with a smile on his face. I don't sense Hanahiku anymore. I have to clip that. That was so weird. Did we win? Seriously? I think so. Yeah. Kinda hard to believe, but it looks like we did. Mister! My mark disappeared. She cheers as she studies her leg. Her mark has been burned into her right thigh. Oh, what about yours? Oh yeah, my right hand. It's still there. My mark looks exactly the same as before. Why? Why isn't it going away? Sorry, mister. Sucks being you. It's almost dawn. Am I going to die? There you are. My head suddenly clears up and my mark is gone. That means he did it, right? Yeah, but he still has his mark. Let's go back to the mansion. Mary might know what to do. Yeah, you're right. Come on, mister, let's go. Moe leads the way. Huh? Moe is digging up to her bag. Oh no, my wallet's missing. Maybe I dropped it earlier. Her glance back at the school is confused. But you're definitely more important right now. We gotta hurry and get back. Go on. Huh? Just make sure you're back in 5 minutes. Go, get moving. Right, thanks. Moe rushes back into the school. Good grief. We're in a hurry here. Moe shrinks in the distance until they disappear into the building. A violently cold wind whips past me. It's coming from the school. That's not normal. Especially for the start of the summer. Oh shit. The wind dies down, and out of nowhere, I get a real bad feeling. Mm-hmm. Okay. Should I have to let Moe go back inside? Five minutes has already passed. Moe isn't back yet. What in the... Oh, that face! We better check. I step inside and go down the right hallway. I make it all the way in front of the room where we fought Hanahiku, but I don't see Moe anywhere. Strange. This should be the place. Mister. You scared the crap out of me. Hanahiko's saved. I got a trophy. Hold on. Witness Hanahiko's intense spite come to an end. Huh, good. I have to say, I really like how the trophy is formed here. You see the doll, like, all incomplete right here? What are you doing here? You're late, so I came looking for you. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's dark, so it took longer. I should have borrowed the flashlight. She bows in apology. I'm so relieved. A huge weight has lifted off my shoulders when I see that she's okay. Come on, we have to get back. We all climb into the car and head straight to Kuju Mansion. He says you're safe. My marks vanished like it never was. So things must have gone well, huh? Glad to see you found Moe too. You're frowning. What's wrong? Well, his mark hasn't gone away. What did you say? Hey, what's going on? Mister? We'll tell Mr. Machida about everything. Please go see it, Mary. Welcome back, Lord Asshole. It appears that you overcame your fear and cleared away the grudge. Congratulations are in orders. Her tone is the same as always, but for some reason it grates on me. What's so great about it? Why hasn't my mark vanished? It is likely the one who gave it was not Hanahiko. I'm suddenly lightheaded. The world is fading. I risked my life during that investigation, and it was completely useless to me. I guess all that's left is waiting for dawn and my death. Lord Asshole. If it's alright with you, would you mind showing me your mark? I hold my arm out towards Mary. Her neck shifts slightly as she stares at the mark. It is as I thought. It is only a minuscule fracture. For the fate I sense from this mark has been distorted. What does that even mean? It is because I beat Hanahiko? The flames of your life was indeed fading at one point, but it has now become brighter. Are you saying I'm not going to die at dawn? That is correct. My sign of relief is so deep it feels like my soul is escaping my body. The marks still burn on me, but it seems I'll be okay for now. It appears that the mark you bear is different from the ones I know of, but there is no doubt that it was given to you by a spirit. Then, there are other spirits like Hanahiko that gives people's marks. Yes. Oh shit! Spirits born of grudges have a insatiable hatred for the living. This persistent hatred is not sated by simply killing the living. Rather, they drag their victims to the depths of despair before their deaths. That is what they desire. The mark is an effective method. Spirits who wish to terrorize the living. The more I hear, the less I understand. It appears something within each city could easily create such spirits, though I could not say what it is. So for me to escape my mark, I need to find the spirit that gave it to me and take care of it then. Yes, it is logical to believe the mark will disappear within the spirit. That is the only way to escape death and regain your memories. Yo, I like that design. It will be soon to be dawn. I am sure that you are tired. Please rest. You are free to use any room. Thank you so much, seriously. If you hadn't been there, I probably would have been killed by Hanahiko. But when I think about you still having your mark, it's still hard to be happy. Well, I'm going to bed. Good night. You did great work today. You're much competent than all the other adults I know. Though it only makes sense for adults to help children. It will be challenging from now on. My schoolwork has suffered due to my memory loss. I need to study hard to catch up. Yeah, like some kids gonna talk like that. You do your best too. Well then, good night. Think I'm heading off myself. With that mess of a trouble taken care of, I'm sure I'm crashed right away. Oh right, here, have this. He pulls a small paper item from his beat-up coat and hands it to me. It looks like a newspaper article. It's about the boy who died. Before he was adopted, he lived with his mother. She understood her son unlike his hard-headed adopted father. She put makeup on him in front of a mirror. She very much doted on him. After all the hell at a young age, then dying that was probably his only good memory. Mashida's smile is sad. Well, it's up to you how you interpret it. Do whatever you want. See ya. Yeah, that was a real fucked up story. Lord Asshole, is there something I must tell you? There is something I must tell you about those who lost their marks. They must leave in the morning. Those who escape their fate should return to their daily lives. That is the will of Lady Saya. So I'll be the only one left behind. I feel like a student repeating the grade. Lord Asshole, by any chance, are you uneasy about being the solo occupant in this mansion? I kinda am. I mean, you're here. You could make me happy. I'm just saying. I must express my extreme gratitude that you hold me in such regard. Although the things I am capable of are rather limited. Yes, because I am just a doll. Mary stares obliquely at me. She's judging you. I could just be extrapolated, but it seems like she's thinking about something. Now then, Lord Asshole. It would be for the best that you take your rest as well. Please find me when you are ready. Farewell. Are you retiring to bed? Yeah. Nighty night. Yeah, so we finished that chapter. That was pretty long. That was fun though. Another night greets me. I think I'm gonna stop here. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm gonna just get to the checkpoint and I'll stop here. It's been 3 days since the investigation, and not one glimmer of hope for me. Time idles by as death draws ever close to claim me. The mark that brings death. The only way to escape is to defeat the spirit that gave it to me. But I have no clues where the spirit is right now. Maybe things would be different if the specialist Saya Kujo was alive. A knock breaks my train of thoughts. How long you planning on sleeping? You're pretty relaxed for a guy who could die soon. The ex-detective, the other mark bearer, left the mansion, but he stayed behind. Mary was the cause. I guess she asked me to help as he was leaving. She went against Kujo's wishes by doing that, but it seems it was for my sake. But I don't know about Mashida. Even if he was asked to stay, he has no reason to agree. What's that look? Not happy that I stayed behind? I mean, I'm grateful. I'll say that. I have to be very... I was going to say, yeah, I prefer more. I don't think it matters, but I put I'm grateful. Cut that out. It's creepy. Flatter me all you want, but I won't forget you drove without a license. He's got a bad mouth as usual. His true intentions aside, I have to say I'm honestly grateful for his help. My amnesia will hit without warning, so I can't go without whenever I want. He's been going around gathering information in my place. I saw some people from the force. Still no ruckus over the school. But wait a second. That guard went missing. His company should be notified. That company is exactly the issue. It's run by Yakuza thugs who have their eyes on the labor department. They don't want the police involved. Plus, in a shitty company like that, people up and walk all the time. Yamashita, that was his name. Everyone thinks he's up and split. I hear that's why they're having a hard time finding a replacement. If you didn't know the school was haunted, it would just be another abandoned building. The government wouldn't need a rush to find a new guard. The man lived alone, so a missing person report will be filed soon. The schools most likely won't come under suspicion until then. That's it for my report. He covered a lot of grounds in a short time. Ex-detectives sure are handy. Did you bring up the mark of spirits when you were asking around? Do you think I'm an idiot? They'll be calling it the loony bin. Even if the kids or I did bring them up, who honestly will believe us? Why waste my breath? He shrugs. Searching the mansion was on you. So did you find anything? I came up blank as well. Though I'm only gone through half so far. And some of the rooms were locked. Stuck without a warrant. Like you wait for something like that. I swallow the words before they come out. Oh yeah, Mary's asking for you. You should get going. I've been waiting for you. Mary is sitting primly on the couch, the same as usual. It appears you are having a difficult time with your investigation. I do wish I could be of more use of you. I know you can sense mark bearers. Can you sense spirits too? I wanna review something real quick. Wanna look at this trophy real quick. Okay, which one was it? I think it was this one. I think it was this one. No, it wasn't this one. It must have been this one. I'm just looking at a replay real quick. No, it's not that clip. Not that one. It's probably this one. It can't be this one because I'm already back at the mansion. So it has to be like this one. I don't think it's this because I'm doing the boss fight. So it can't be this one. I'm just reviewing a clip I had. Got Moi's bag, right? I know I clipped it. That is weird. Oh. Oh my. This wasn't the clip, but it's something similar to that. Oh, turn on the light. It's getting dark. But that's not the clip I was looking for. It had to be before. Well, maybe it's this one. Yeah, it has to be this one. There it goes. There it goes. This is the clip. Yeah, this is the clip right here. I raised my eyes up to the ceiling, and then bam. And they're like, oh, nothing happened. I had a jacket. Anyways, if they come to the grounds, I believe I could say yes. That doesn't sound particularly useful. Do you have any other abilities or powers? Indeed, I could view the vague shapes of the corpse of a person's fate, like predicting the future. Oh no, nothing quite so extreme. It is more akin to fortune telling. It may or not come to pass. I get it. That's why you predicted earlier it didn't actually happen. Did Mary tell you something? The truth you're seeking can be found here or such. Like a fool, I fell for it. So convinced. I'm such an idiot. Oh, a loud knock is at the door. A visitor in the dead of the night. A mark bearer. I open the door and the visitor strides in. Who's this guy? It's a shady looking young man in uniform. Delinquent. These days tends to wear. He smirks at me, clearly feeling superior. This place Kuju Mansion? I got business with some side chick. No way you're her. He narrows his eyes, staring suspiciously. And she's out. Actually, she's dead. Doesn't matter what. I'll just say she's out. Damn, that's right. Yeah, she's dead. You guys know her though? What did you hear me out? Introductions are quickly done. His name's Shao Nagashima. And as we guess, he's got a mark. He rolls up his right sleeve to show us, and yep, the red mark is burned in. And the coat freak friend says something, like it gives you amnesia for real. Yeah, that's right. I can't even remember my real name. You're kinda too calm for all that. Bet you're pulling a fast one on me. That's great, but reaction's normal. But if he's not going to believe the rumors, then he had no reason to come. Why is he here then? Rumors are just that. Amnesia or dying because of the mark. That's comic books craziness. Every word of it is true. That face. Was that a girl's voice? There's a saying, the truth is stranger than fiction. They are two sides of the same coin. Mary begins explaining. I'm sure she'll figure it would be the fastest way to convince him. You got some darn speakers set up somewhere, don't you? I don't take kindly to threats. He peers closely at Mary. Such a mechanism does not exist, Lord Shao. No way! It's a doll! He yelps pathetically, his eyes wide, and suddenly falls flat on his ass. I like this one. I like this. It seems that despite the appearances, this punk is terrified of ghosts and monsters. His tough act is likely a cover. After that, he meekly pays full attention to Mary as she speaks. He listens quietly, his face pale, as she tells about the market spirits. By the time she finishes explaining, his face is devoid of color. Now, Lord Shao, have you now already experienced the beginning of the memory loss? Yeah. I don't think he's used to Mary yet. His face is rather stiff. My memory's always been crap, so I thought I was imagining things. But then it started getting so bad that it was just ridiculous. I got this occult friend, yeah? I told him about my scar, the mark, and he scared the shit out of me. He showed me an article that said it was all the scar thing's fault. So now I'm here. Moe's mentioned seeing the article about Saya Kujo in the magazine too. It's all because of some monster. The hell? This is crazy. Why does this have to happen to me? Not believing it is normal. But if you don't, you die. If you don't want to kick the bucket, figure out how you got the mark. Even if your memory's gone bad, you should at least remember that. I'm not that far gone, thanks. I'm positive I got it in the forest by the castle. I know I did. I mean, it does have a rumor about the place being cursed, so... Also, hi. The Mega Man event in Rise is kind of cute. Cool. We should probably ask him some more about it. The forest is cursed? Why were you there? I should ask him why were you there to begin with, but I think it has something to do with the occult friend. I'm thinking, like, what should I pick? Yeah, I don't think it matters. Forest? The huge forest west of the city. Wait, doesn't everyone know that? Even kids do. But I lost my memory. Maybe that's why I don't know about it. The place is the city's garbage dump. Bunch of nasty rumors about it. There's illegal industrial waste dumping there, like, all the time. It's not just objects either. They say a black car once dumped a young woman's body there. A new mother strangles her kid there because she couldn't take care of it. There's tons more rumors like that, whether or not any of them are true. I heard some of those too. Like the lost kid who was eaten by a dog and they only found his torso. Or that murderer inside hides out there and kills anyone who gets near. The two of them are happily exchanging stories. Apparently, while he hates ghosts, he's more than fine with this kind of stuff. I'll hit up the edge of the forest a few times, but I never walked in. No one with half a brain will go there. What should I ask next? I mean, is it cursed? He's stiffening like a board. I hate that supernatural stuff. Just talking about it freaks me out. What a wimp. Rumors exist for a reason. That place is famous. That's a famous suicide spot. 50 people die there a year, so they say, and that's just what they find. Once there was a massive suicide. It has a fair share of grisly stories, history. Show's eyes are wide. He looks like he swallowed a bug. What should I ask next? I mean, why were you there? I was obviously on my bike, man. Place is totally empty at night, so it's perfect for driving around. Riding around free as a bird helps me clear my mind. Before you ask, yes, I have my license and no illegal mods. Ha, is that slow? We don't need another person flaunting the law. One is enough. I smile really. Who would have thought this kid would be on the straight and narrow? That day I was clearing my head when my bike broke. I stopped to check it out. Then suddenly I got this scar. I doubt we will get any more out of Shao. No info on the spirit then. You must have forgot. You haven't forgotten anything. No keeping secrets now. Quit strong arming me. Hold your horses, I'm thinking. He's complaining, but I can't see he's really combing through his memories. There was something. It wasn't a ghost or nothing, but I did spot something weird. Over by the side of the road, I saw this huge man. A giant? It wasn't just some tree shadow. Honestly, I'm not real sure. The place was really dark, and I only saw it for a split second. It sounds pretty iffy. Is that info really reliable? May I interject? In truth, there are a number of supernatural rumors set there. One happens to corroborate Lo Shao's story. The rumor of Shimio. It sounds like Mary has an idea. Could you tell us more about it? Of course, little asshole. I shall tell you the story of Shimio, the man of the forest. Shimio! Well, I guess we're starting chapter 2. I mean, once we get to the gameplay, I'll stop. I'll probably play this on Sunday. Hey, have you heard the rumor? That one about the weird giant man. He's covered in black splotches. So people call him Shimio, the spotted man of the forest. I heard he asks everyone he meets a question. Do you like bees? A college student who heard the rumors decided to go to the forest to see, and the man covered in splotches really did appear. Do you like bees? The student laughed. Yeah, sure, I like them. And then, let's raise some then. What? What? In your body. Ooh. Candyman. Oh shit. Oh. He asked those he meets a single question. I actually like that. I want to use that. Then kills them using his drill. That might be none other than the figure you saw, Lo Shao. However, I have no proof. Then we'll have to gather evidence. Let's get ourselves into the forest. Investigating requires legworks. There is no hesitation in Mashida. After facing Hanahito, he knows full well what spirits are capable of. Is this his training experience as a police detective? I can't even read right. I've been reading for 4 hours and 30 minutes. Hey now, you serious? Going there in the middle of the night? You guys have totally lost it. You coming too. Yeah, bub. This is your problem too. Okay. What? Me? So an elementary school kid and a high schooler were tougher than you? You're that much of a wimp? What you say? I ain't no scaredy cat. Hey old man, take me with you instead of him. If that huge guy really is some monster, I'll pound him to the dust. He's easy to manipulate. Yeah, he is. You settle on a destination? Please head to the forest by the castle once you're ready. Your first goal is to identify the spirit that bestowed the mark. Best wishes for your investigation. New info, yes. All items attained with a chapter are removed at the end. If a character brings an item, it will be added to the start. New chapter soul powers. It will return in 1000. It may be none other than Shimayo. You should confirm our suspicion. And Mashia's mark is gone now. Can all of us go? Or is it still bad? Going all together is dangerous. It has not been that long since Mashia's mark vanished. The remnants of the curse still lingers. Spirits may detect it as they are sensitive to such things. Please continue to only bring along one other, as you have been doing. Okay. I'll break the brat. Yes. I really don't want to go to the forest yet. I want to save this for tomorrow. Or Sunday, sorry. Ah, shit. Why am I? Damn it, why? Sho throws himself into the passenger seat and mumbles at endless of complaints. I really want to tell him to shut up, but I'm pretty sure that only make things worse. It's only natural for a guy his age. Hey old man, you got a smoke? I blinked in surprise. A cigarette? I put my hand into my pocket, but I come up to my senses. You're not old enough for that yet. Shut up, I'm 19 already, it's fine. 19, but you're still in high school. Now I done it. I'm overcome with regret with that instantly I said it, but I can't take it back now. Well, excuse me for repeating the grade. Looks like I touched a nerve right there. The atmosphere in my car was bad enough, but now I made it worse. I need to change the subject. So are you in a club or anything? You look pretty fit, so maybe baseball or hit? Yeah, I play, but I quit. My emergency save just swerved into dangerous territory. Broke my knee. Too many laps. Coach kept saying I had a bad attitude or looked at him funny. Sorry. Why are you apologizing? I don't care about that shit. I couldn't really get into under that shitty coach anyways. I think I know why he rides the motorcycle alone in the mountains. But if he came to Kuju Mansion after a setback like that, it's seriously frustrating. He keeps up a string of swearing for a while. Anyone would sweat up a storm, but keep going down the same path anyways. Down this dark, uncertain road that only leads to death. Oh, the wind's blowing. We arrived at the forest by the castle. I stopped the car near where Shao says he saw the man, and we entered the forest. All the guideposts on the path are faded, and their paints are peeling off. It looks hardly transverse, as Shao and Machida said. We walked a while until we came to a large arch marking the start of a hiking trail. It's rusted over, and with the peeling paint, it doesn't seem to have been touched up. The letters has faded and are mostly illegible. Carefully reading it, it says M. It says, welcome to the UAR, lush and romantic wood timber. Murder? Coincidence, that's all. It's just way old and faded. Come on, man. Oh man, let's go already. That's funny. We passed under the arch and into the forest. All right, let me go save. All right, guys. So I'm gonna go stop right here. It's been streaming for like shit 4 hours and 30 minutes. I hope you guys enjoyed this read along of Death Mark. I'll probably play something more on Sunday. Um, I think Zombie, you're gonna be streaming some Bloodborne later tonight, so I'll be nearby my PS4 because obviously I'm playing on the PS4 now. Um, but yeah, I'll call it a night on my behalf. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. Probably gonna eat something real quick as well. But yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream, and I'll catch you guys later. Peace.